I am Shaggy. I am Philalitea, and I am going to extend to you an experience, an invitation that I haven't offered to the channel very many times. Sit in the rain in the dark with me. Here. I'll go red if we want. I'm probably gonna end up singing. Got big emotions still. This is... We were in the kitchen today, right? Yeah. That was a lot of fun, buddy. We've never done anything like that. Hooked a stone. Yeah. And we're gonna get Mr. S to play it. I'm gonna watch him play it. I might even sit over his shoulder the way you sat over mine. Help him with the strategy guide and stuff. Play his Newt. Newt, young Padawan. Ahead of you, there hides a treasure. I don't know. But I know that it was going to be almost impossible from this position. And so the day fast arriveth. The day fast approaches where you can start talking about trying to book bars or something to just tour the country, thanking you guys, thanking you for your support, for your love. But we've got another year before I can afford that on my own work. But before today ticks over in tomorrow and the money that I made today is accounted for on my analytics, I made $450 this month. And $450 is what my rent was the last time I paid rent. So I could not live on my own in this town on that. But the last time I pulled a paycheck, it was for less than that. Timers. Everything's fine. No, I don't blame God. I have no reason to blame God, no. I don't know how I'm gonna get hurt. Did something happen to what? Something like that. Agreed, Nathan. What's the other view of what? Thank you, Amcam. Switch the cam to what? See room. Why do you think I'm suffering? Why do I do anything for fun? And I literally just turned my camera on. If you would like to send me money, I can't stop you, Amcan. I don't know what that means, Sun Trekker. I have seen the rain coming down on a cloudy day, or a sunny day. The most amount of I don't know, Cash App, Amcan. Why is it not peaceful for me, Sun Trekker? Have I done a fire today? No. You're a different crowd than I usually engage with. You guys are much more rapid fire. Now, why am I in a peaceful place doing peaceful things? I don't like joints. I'm in mild bewilderment right now, Timus. What is there to be at war with? Why do you think I'm upset? What do I expect of what, Craigie? Hey, Rachie. Hello, Psycho Z. I'm fine, Psycho Z. How are you? I'm not in the woods. I'm not concerned about demons. Not my backyard, no. Not in the mountains. There are no mountains in Ohio. Hi, Timus. I see you. That's why I'm not concerned with them, Fried. Okay, but Suntrek, what does that have to do with my ability to find peace in the rain? Not concerned with ghouls either. I did indeed, Suntrekker, say the word demons, and you can't answer a simple question. Look, are your surroundings, bro? Who said I was smart? Yes, I have a counter to ghouls. I have a Bible. I have a copy of John Keel's Disneyland of the Gods, and a copy of, what's it called? Copy of John Keel's Disneyland of the Gods. And Boethius's The Consolation of Philosophy. So is my Bible. Why, what books do you have around? I didn't say I don't believe in demons. I said I am not concerned with demons. How do you know I don't have David Icke's book, The Roadmap, Suntrekker? I am not a philosopher, no. You must know from experience, Crazy Corncob. At the moment, I'm concerned with maintaining the speed of the chat. And what do you mean by a bit like Farrell Crotch? Yeah, probably you would think of me as something like a detective. Philolitea is something like a detective, sure. I don't have a pipe. Or a crippling addiction to heroin. I think his addiction would have been to morphine. Probably not, though. Probably it would have been morphine. Probably not heroin. Heroin was probably 20th century. I end the stream when I feel like it, Timus. Do androids stream Electric Sheep? What about Moriarty? Sucks to give your labor to someone else for free, Eternal Love. You're gonna have to give me some time on that one, Curious Rock. Because the answer is nothing. And I don't give advice to free. I don't give advice for free. I'm not, Eric. I'm good. The weed numbs me to a lot of it. We do cast out demons in the hair of Jesus. Strips, bill subs. I don't do this at night because I don't like to invite this into my home during my downtime, my relaxed time. About what, Timus? I've said a lot of things in the last 17 minutes and 3 seconds, buddy. Hey, Klaus, what's up, buddy? Thank you, Joe. Yes, Carl? Because they don't know any other way to engage Champoro. They're very young. We're supposed to get a really bad storm tonight. We're supposed to get tornado. We're supposed to be on tornado watch for the next hour. Heard that, Ty. I don't have a single favorite song, Earthy. I'm in Ohio, Joe. I'm not going to answer that question very many more times tonight. If you say so, Far. Anyway, I'm hoping that we get a big lightning storm like we got the other night, because it was beautiful. Probably not, Tom. I block more people than my mods do. Yeah. Blue crew power. Why is that a question, Joe? There you go. It's a weird question. Mr. S, have you ever, you may not have access to your keyboard right now, but have you ever sat with me during one of these? I know, it was just fun to make fun of you, Joe. Low-hanging fruit and all that. I'm sure you've watched the replay of many of them at this point, but have you ever actually been here? I'm a lot less prone to outbursts than I used to be. Heard that. You're yoinking the cord on the correct ones. You know what you're doing. You knew I was here, Turtle? Hello, monks. If I'm yawning a lot, it's because I've already done 12 hours today. Heard that, Joe. I appreciate it. Mr. S is here. I trust. This is not a shot at anyone. This is not a shot at anyone in the Blue Crew, past, present, or future. But I trust a 20-year-old as a moderator more than anybody in the world. The rain is very heavy. Tonight's topic is the rain, and I'm hoping for a lightning storm. It may as well be. The water is falling, and I'm under it. The tent is going to sound loud. Not fishing, streaming. Not fishing, Kubi, streaming. That's how you feel, Turtle. Yeah, Ember, I smoke weed. He knows the difference in a griefer and a troll. I don't have to try to teach him the difference in a griefer and a troll, and I just don't have any patience for griefers, but the trolls don't bother me. Do you, Kubi? No, we're not out in Washington, Jace. I'm not going to be talking about where I am for very long. Yes. I feel. Hey, Jesse, what's up? I hope I'm transparent with you, Jesse, that the video that I posted earlier today where I was in the red checkered hoodie, that was from last winter. That was from a year ago today. Mister, I can feel it. He's nodding sagely that he knows the difference and I'll never have to explain to him the difference. It can sometimes be fun to roast trolls, but griefers only escalate, and it gets those are the people that I actually blow up on. Okay, I wanted to make sure that you didn't think that I was in direr straits than what I am. I appreciate you being here, Jesse. I don't know how much of today's work you've heard, but I'm actually moving to Florida tomorrow night. So, a griefer. Do you know what grief is, Kubi? Grief? Grief? Agreed, Boston. Yeah. Stick around. I'm not asking you to cancel your membership or anything like that. I just don't want you to think that my life is worse than it is. You're in Alabama, Brax? Heard that. It's just $5. Set it and forget it, and you're welcome here forever, Jess. Thank you. No, Kubi. No. Griefers are people that just give grief to people. Have you ever heard that phrase, giving someone grief? It all adds up, buddy. Absolutely. Thank you for having a business-minded approach. And thank you for being so nonchalant about it. That's true liberalism. Thank you. That's true liberality. True generosity. Thank you. Thank you, Brax. Kubi, griefers are more from online video games, especially, I learned about griefers through Mr. S, actually. I don't know why I point to him like he's in the sky. Maybe he is. Does anybody else notice that I do that? When I talk about Mr. S, I always do this. Anyway. Minecraft public online servers. There are people who come in just to fuck people's shit up, and it's called griefing. I feel the same right now, Jess. I feel the same right now. They used to call you the toxic griefer in Red Dead 2. The thing is, being a griefer can be really funny. It can be a totally normal way to engage in an open PvP server. But this is not a PvP server. Yeah, the rain's coming down good. I wanted to do this because there are a lot of people over the last months who have doubted my ability to weather this with relative ease. This isn't Second Life. Correct. Earthy. That's a pithy way to say it. It depends, Hole. It depends because, like, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was this Minecraft server that I know I talked to him about that, if I remember right, he got really enthusiastic about, and he told me a whole bunch about it, where it was like an anything goes anarchy server, and there were whole pockets of it where communities would get together and they would go off and they would make kingdoms and they would make peace with the people around them and they would have their own little rules, and then griefers would come in, they would hack the game, they would destroy people's stuff, they would move it around, they would grief them. And so if you're just trying to live your life in this server and there are people that do that, I could very much understand a Lord of the Flies situation where you're like, these are the worst kinds of people. Where you go, if these people didn't exist, Minecraft could never hurt me. Now, in the real world, are they the lowest of the low? Maybe. Maybe. Because a disorganized psychopath, there's the lightning. A disorganized psychopath behaves like that. It's disorganized. But it's intended to hurt. Okay, heard that, Jesse. maybe, maybe, hold them, as far as the words you're not allowed to say, but those words you're not allowed to say because of griefers. People using them to grief people, to give people grief. So on some level, the words represent the lowest of the low now because they were used by the lowest of the low to denigrate people that just had nothing to do with them. There's an argument to be made. It's not easily dismissed that griefers are the worst kinds of people. Because a griefer will kill you for no reason. That's griefing, Kubi. The people and like if you're playing people who will dox you and send get SWAT sent to your house, get bomb crews sent to your house, get the FBI investigating you. That's griefing. Swatters. Yeah, that's a form of griefing. You're griefing that person. You're just bothering them specifically so that they will grieve knowing you. Hey, Misty. As a broad category of behavior, other people might disagree with me. I'm saying as a broad category, well, griefers, yeah, correct, Earthly. Griefers are to trolls as donuts are to bread. It's not exactly a Venn diagram. It's kind of griefers exist as a kind of troll. Yes. It's a way of taking trolling behavior and making it specific. It's worse than bullying. Because bullying, you go stop, and it doesn't escalate. With a griefer, you say stop, and they find ways to escalate. To the point like the one guy who's proud of having 1 million different usernames with the same name so that people know that he's back. Not really. Spaghettification into gravity isn't really the same thing as bread and donuts. Donuts are bread. The spaghettification at the event horizon of a black hole isn't the black hole yet. Look, you are on probation from the username. Yes, to be gang stalkers or griefers. It's a form of griefing. Troll, the word troll, I think it has an interesting and circuitous way of being the same fucking thing. So internet trolls come from trolls that guarded bridges in folklore. We, my generation, millennials and older, we grew up with stories like the Billy Goat's Gruff. And so the Billy Goat's Gruff, I don't know the story anymore, but we grew up with it. Hi, Jeremy. We grew up with stories like the Billy Goat's Gruff, where there were trolls across bridges. And you had to answer their riddles, or they would eat you. And so there are also trolls in Tolkien who will eat you if you don't answer their riddles. And I think it's interesting that the word troll comes to us from a form of fishing. It comes from a form of fishing where you would troll a river with a net. You just pick up everything that you catch. And that's what they're doing. Like trolls on some level, they're going through the internet and they're just seeing who they can piss off. We call it rage bait. But they're not really baiting. They're just casting a wide net and seeing what they catch. But the kind of griefing that we're talking about, where trolls, the monster, came from. Night trawlers, troll, same word, spelled differently, but if you imagine that Troll, how you might pronounce that if you don't have standardized spellings. It might be troll, it might be trawl. Think trolley. That's what they do. They kind of around, and they kind of pick up what they get. I don't remember what I was. Oh, Vikings. Vikings in the off-season who weren't farmers, who weren't landed, they parked themselves on bridges. If you know King Arthur, or if you know Robin Hood, rather, if you know Robin Hood, Little John, he's playing the role of an earlier era's Viking. Vikings used to do that. They used to park themselves on bridges and demand tolls of people. And so Little John is doing it for a church, because the people who are going to cross that bridge are criminals. And so he's like, you don't get to come onto this holy land unless you can pay the toll to keep the church, keeping the land sanctified, or you can kill me. And that's what Vikings did. They would stand there with their sword, and they would just right up on the bridge like, And that's where the riddle thing came from. You had to either amuse them, pay them, fuck them, or kill them. And they're still doing this. They're still doing this today. It's the same behavior. Troll lore for the win. Yeah, it's neat shit. That movie, Troll Hunters, good shit. Trolls are neat. Scandinavian psychology and folklore, it's neat because we still use a Scandinavian economy. Our mercantile system, the way that we do business is Viking. I think about that a lot, Kubi. The 10th century would have been a very, very interesting time to be alive. Crazy, for sure. Crazy. If you live close enough to a river, at any moment, dudes with swords could just fucking appear over the horizon. Did you guys see that one? Maybe, Kubi, probably not. There weren't fewer expectations back then. And there was a lot less food. There were a lot fewer bioavailable resources. A lot. It blew my mind to learn that the iron plowshare, putting an iron head on a plow behind a horse, didn't come to Europe until at least 900 AD. They were farming with Stone Age and Bronze Age techniques until about 900 AD throughout all of Europe. Italy, we think of Italy as being a kind of breadbasket, but that was only the case in the Po River Valley. Everywhere else lived on the brink of starvation. That's why Catholicism has all those rules about when you are and are not allowed to eat meat, and whether it is or is not okay to eat fish. Because they just didn't have it. Didn't have it. I was reading a book about life in Italy between 450 AD and about 1100 AD. And the average Italian only ate meat on Christmas. That was the only time they saw meat. That's why ham from Parma, like prosciutto, that's why it's cured in the way that it is. Because they didn't have it. They just didn't have it. Hello, Jenny. For the entirety of Charlemagne's reign as king of the Franks, his people lived in grinding famine. Meanwhile, he's carving out an empire out of Western Europe, and France is in grinding famine. And the reason he's invading Saxony and Italy and pushing east into Poland is because they might have working farms. Who is they? I like history too, Jenny. Hi there, Fishing. I'm doing alright. How are you? Oh, that might not be real, Kubi. That might be a natural formation. We don't know yet. We haven't done any kind of excavation out there. No legitimate digs with legitimate divers. You're talking about the Bimini Road. That's probably not real. As far as it's probably not man-made. As far as it looks man-made, maybe. But if it's a road, from what to what? I don't know about that, Kubi. The Gauls in their cool pants? That's funny. I actually made a joke about that the other day, Jenny. I made a video, a short, about a guy gesticulating wildly at a dead tree and calling that his neo-pagan god. And he was talking about the Celtic religion. And I was just like, God damn, this guy doesn't know anything about the Celtic religion. Walking around shirtless outside and wearing pants. They didn't fucking wear pants. And then I got to thinking about it, and I was like, well, the Celts might have wore pants. The Gauls definitely wore pants. That's where pants, like what we wear, came from. I don't know where you are, Como. I don't know, Kubi. I don't know when it was, I don't know anything about it. If the water level was lower, that's how they got the bricks out there. It is indeed raining out there, thugs. Well, I don't have any need to look into it. You're the one who brought it up. And ley lines are probably not real. Everything's on a ley line if you draw it right. Toby, I can't use my phone to Google things while I'm on a live stream. Let me turn this back on. It's starting to hit my eyes. Red hurts my eyes pretty bad, actually. I was surprised to learn how bad that hurts my eyes. I thought it would be convenient to have that red light. Nope. Ugh. I might lounge a little bit. I might lie down and get a little more comfortable. We'll be alright. Going to be with a woman, Kubi. Calm, baby. What, is that my rapper name? Thank you, Kubi. Take care. Be well. Hey, Rachie. Why you being all weird? Making gang signs at me right now. Don't you know I'm at work? These women these days just throwing around gang signs. Ow. You're with me. Bah. That's crazy. You never do that. There's big lightning bolts. I can see the big flashes, but they're very far away. If they're making thunderheads at all. Yeah, they're very far away. That was many seconds. Can you hear that? The storm is going to roll right over top of me. Hi, RPP. You're weird, Rachy. Thank you for all the hearts. You didn't hear the thunder? It's very far away. It's many miles away. It's supposed to be like an average of a mile a second or something like that. You heard a little. Why are you weird? You said cool beans. I haven't been robbed yet, Lane. Thank you. Hey, Jeremiah. I've been in a, I don't know if I've been in a warehouse exactly, maybe, probably, but I've definitely been in a factory while it was raining. So basically the same, a big like sheet metal building. That horrible racket. Yeah, tin roofs. Yeah. Yep, that's what Prince manufacturing was like. Loud as shit. And you're supposed to have your not your headphones, your damn earplugs in anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Jeremiah. That's why I was like, I don't know if I've ever exactly been in a warehouse, because I've never been in a place that was just that, but just storage. But I've been in factories that are that. Yeah. I don't know, Jeremiah. That I kind of figured that's what you were doing, Mr. S. I didn't want us to start talking about factories and somebody to be like, oh, that's not a warehouse, that's a factory, you're both stupid. Because we were being idiomatic as shorthand. Heard that. We're country folk. We're not word intelligent. That's great, buddy. So where else? That's a factory. You're stupid.
RPP was there to catch me when I needed to fall. Yeah. Everything is going well, Jeremiah. Thank you. We kicked this winter in the ass. This winter was a lot of fun for me. Yeah, with the right clothing and with adequate clothing, with enough clothing, the cold was nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I was windproof and in thermals. I was comfortable. Boom. Use all that one. Yeah. Yes. Quaz. Thermal shirt, thermal long johns. Something to cut the wind. I understand, Jeremiah. That was still really fucking far away. But the rain's coming down now. With any luck, this is my last rainy Ohio night ever. We'll come back to this shithole. You don't like Wrangler? I've never worn Wrangler's winter gear. Next move is Florida. Moving to Orlando. That doesn't make any sense, Quaz. Yeah, Jeremiah. She's around somewhere unless she's being a creeper again. Yeah, of course, Jeremiah. Lee's, I've always preferred Lee's, dude. Lee's and Levi's, I know that Levi manufactures, or I'm sorry, Wrangler manufactures Levi's now, but Lee's are a badass jean. I have always liked Lee's. Lee's makes a legitimately good pair of jeans. I've been saying that for decades. Yeah. Wrangler gets by on name brand recognition and Brett Favre, but Lee makes a better jean. Levi is a better jean as well, in my opinion. Correct, Quaz. Yeah, I've never had a pair of Levi's or Lee's just tear apart on me. Yes, it's raining. Correct, RPP. Levi's can be worth a lot of money, Bob. I hate that, Jeremiah. I'm sorry. Dry is no problem. I've never had a pair of Wolverines, but I've heard they're really nice. I'm glad they're working for you, Quaz. It does, Wise. Ariats are expensive, and I don't know Thorogoods either, Jeremiah. Seven years is a good boot. That's raining hard enough. I'm a little scared. I'm doing all right, Hunter. Heard that, Bob. I'm dry. It's very loud. It is very relaxing. Oh yeah, I'm dry. Thank you. Tomorrow night, Jeremiah. Night, Jesse. I've done a couple RPP. I let Rach stalk me while I slept a couple of times. A loafer style steel toe. No. That's rough, Bob. Pots and pans. I swear to God, Mr. S. I swear to God. I met a guy. I told you about him yesterday. I met a guy yesterday. His username is Austy, A-U-S-T-I, man. Austy man. And for a minute, for a real minute, there he is! Oh my God! They are in the same place at the same time. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I was like, I know somebody. Austy man, meet Mr. S. Mr. S, Austy man. I was like, I know somebody that's gonna understand you. Isn't that funny, Raichi? Your power went out, Dodge? Shit. I know, it's like Clark Kent and Superman in the same booth, Rachie says. That's so funny. That's so funny. I'm very cozy, Dodge. I cannot believe that as I was bringing him up, he showed up in chat. I cannot believe that happened. That is amazing. I was just sitting here looking at Quaz's PFP, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. I know a guy. Let me tell you about this guy. I'm not going to say you're so similar or any of that. Superman can no longer change clothes. But every time I talk to Austie Man lately, I see that Spider-Man. Good morning, Morgan. My summoning skill. No shit. Just summoned out of the fucking ether is what that was. I like RPP and Morgan on the same joke right there. Holy shit, that was awesome. People don't believe me that shit happens to me. Yeah, the universe is a trip. People, I'll say, oh, this happens to me all the time, and people will tell me, no, it doesn't. Nah, blah, 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 blah. It happened the other night with Misty and Jackie. I had just started making jokes about Jackie because she was on my mind, and she just, oh yeah, I'm here. It just rolled in. The human summoning circle. Yeah, that shit is wild. Vibes be vibing, he says. Dodge, I think I got a couple new songs up on the shorts for you. Rach, did you cut out a couple of songs, didn't you? They're not the Chocobo song, but, you know, I'm doing my best. I know you like it when I sing those stupid fucking songs. So I've been trying to go for longer and longer. Maybe we can actually get a 3-minute song out of me before I just go, I have got to fucking stop. They start to annoy me. There he is. Yeah, that guy's fish. So there he is. Thank you, Hippo AI. Play a flute for them next time. What did Patricia do? You guys are never wrong. When I don't see it, and I'm like, what did they do? It's always something I wish I hadn't seen. I live in this tent for now, Cheese God. I guess, Cheese. I'm moving to Florida tomorrow. Yeah, Morgan, this is not me taking a shot at you. I opened the stream, the show, by saying that I don't often share this. This is my home. This is my quiet place, my quiet time. This is my me time. And my favorite thing since coming into this tent is lying here at night with the light off. It looks like this. And listening to the properly waterproof tent doing what it's supposed to be doing. Maybe tested. I hate being wet. Quaz, I hate being wet. But I love the sound. It is so inconvenient. But I love the sound. It is, Morgan. Heard that, Dodge. I planned to, Dreaming. Yeah, and then girls like to twirl in the rain. I walked home in the rain tonight. It was nice. I just don't like to be wet. Heard that, Austie. The Ho Forest? I've never heard of that. 82828, that's correct. Washington? Up Washington way, or up to the what was it called? The who? Ho? Probably gonna take place in Texas, Rachel? The wedding? Are you suggesting that Mr. S is gonna have to officiate? Maybe. You'd ask my best buddy to give me away? I think that would be really, really special. Yeah, you guys in your masks presiding. Austin Man is the ring bearer. I am a great big hug. I think that would be a good idea. Oh, I didn't see you, Morgan. Austin Man says he wants to be the flower girl. That's fine. He wants to toss the... That's fine. I'm fine with this. He goes, damn it, I should have called it. Damn it. Alright, we're not going to get a big storm. They blow smoke up my ass. Everybody in this town, all tornadoes, lightning storms, smokety smoke blowed up my ass. I'm laying here last night, and it is just flashing up lightning all over the place. Wind just blowing, trees creaking, and I'm thinking to myself, you should make a short. And I'm like, fuck it. And I go to sleep, thinking, it'll happen again someday. It ain't gonna happen again. Every storm is a big storm in a small town, yeah. Yeah. And it's just me. They're not doing anything wrong by being prepared to talk about it all day long, because it's the only thing to fucking talk about. I get it. But I let the hype get to me. I let the hype get to me every time, because I'm thinking to myself, I live in a tent. A tornado warning would be a bad thing for me. That's why I wanted to share with you guys what this is actually like for me. That was a pretty legit storm. High winds. Yeah, it didn't take my front door. Bob, your house is suffering, buddy. Are you good, Bob? Like, do I need to be worried about you? No, there's not gonna be winds that bad. The storm is over. It was going that way. It might pick up again, but as you can hear, it might pick up more later. Understood, Bob. Are you an Elizabeth? Or are you just an Elizabeth? Yeah, Elizabeth. South Carolina, land of the above ground swimming pools. Thank you, Elizabeth. Well, yeah. Well, my hypothesis was exactly that. It's either supposed to be Ali, like Muhammad Ali, or it's just Elizabeth. Because I can kind of see your PFP, and so I kind of know how the rules work. How do they usually say it? Elizabeth? Yeah, absolutely. Morgan? Elizabeth? It is Elizabeth, she said, but Alicia? Alicia Beth isn't even close to right because there's not an H. That would upset me too. Alicebeth is closer. Yeah, where are they getting this sh from? Yeah, how are they changing that S into a sh? The Alissa instead of Eliza. Yeah, that's what's getting people, and so they just forget how to pronounce letters. I think you're right, Quaz. Shanana, like Axl Rose said, except he probably would have said it. Shanana. That echoed nicely. Your mom wanted to be extra. I wasn't trying to say it, Elizabeth, but your mom loved you very much. I might snack vegan. I got some veggie crackers. She wanted people to know that you're her daughter. Use that Cajun French. Heard that, Quaz. Axl Rose used to sing in church. That feels like it's not the end of the story, Bob. But then he stopped to be in a rock and roll band. Axl Rose's real name is William Bailey. Bill Bailey? What's up, big dog? Sunny and rainy? That's cute, Elizabeth. Probably Austin. Axl Rose is right now is trying to sneak up on me, all 6 inches of him. He's trying to sneak up on me for talking about him so much. He's going to show up in the chat if we keep talking about him so damn much. Always fucking happens. I like the name Jerica. You don't need to know this, but I once had a very, very, very fun night with a woman named Jerica. Just pops in. Stop fucking talking about me. Take care, Quas. This now that it's after midnight, I'm allowed to say that I'm no longer celebrating a year of knowing Mr. S. but this stream was so I could. He never gets to see this. He never gets to see this side of my life, and he's been providing for it for a year. And so I wanted to make sure that before I never did it again, he got to experience it. So this show was produced by, but especially for Mr. S. Thank you, Quas, for everything you are and everything you've done for me, for the channel, and for all the lives that I've been able to touch because of everything that you've done for me in the channel. Thank you. Sincerely, from the bottom of my life. Thank you, Elizabeth. I hope you're seeing these, buddy. I knew what you meant, Elizabeth. It's the same thing. Rachie says she loves you. Morgan says she loves you. Austin Man says it's been great getting to meet you. Rachie tells you you're the GOAT, buddy. Thank you. I know that you gotta run, and I know you get embarrassed easy. Thank you. He was looking through my shorts. He was telling me about one. What a world. Yeah, Austin was just trying to have fun. He was just looking for a place where he could be himself. And sometimes that means you just gotta troll. He wasn't being harmful to me. That's why I always say what he just said there. That's why I always say, as far as you guys, the blue crew, my shields, that some of them don't know that there's a place waiting for them here. We got to give them a little while, because some of them go, oh shit, wait a minute, I want to be here. And yeah, they create a little place to call family. I love how when that kid's like, all right, I'm out, he means it, he's out. Yeah. There are a bunch of people this week, that I feel bad about, that I have muted. I just couldn't take it anymore. Arguing with me. Arguing and arguing and arguing. I'm going, stop arguing with me, stop arguing with me, stop arguing with me. I will turn you off, stop arguing with me. And now they're wanting to get in the comments of my shorts and say nice things to me, and it's like, I will see the first few words of the nice thing you say, but it won't show up in the comment forever. And I know that I should feel a kind of guilt, because those people don't know. They don't know, other than that I've seen one of them go, oh, okay, so you've just got a moderator now set up to delete my comments, blah, 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 you know. They see that the comment doesn't stick. But you never know who's actually going to want to stick around and contribute and say nice things to us and participate in a good way. Not really. You do. But you never know who's going to want to stop. and whose day you can, whose life you can change forever just by including them in what you're doing. Just saying, all right, you're part of the, you're on the team, and your being on the team is contingent with it's contingent upon you being a part of the team. We will cut you loose if you're a problem, but yeah, Mr. S, he was showing me, and he was talking to me about, he went back and he watched all of March 2025, all of everything I did, and he was talking about how as the month of March was approaching the 26th, um, that there were a lot of omens and signs, and my life was screaming that I had a void in it. And he said that as he was watching it back, that he felt like my videos were preparing him for his role in my life, and that it I don't know if he said it, but I can tell that it helps him feel like he has purpose being here with you guys, providing this for you guys. And that's all. We don't have to high five Mr. S anymore. I bring it up because he's right. He's right. I am no longer going to be homeless early on either the morning of or the night before Easter Sunday. Yeah. So, ostensibly, the first time you see me will be on Easter Sunday. It doesn't have to mean anything, it doesn't have to mean nothing. Meaning and purpose are what we make of them. Tomorrow night, yeah, Austin man, around this time tomorrow night, I'm gonna be bundled up in a car, leaving this life behind. I am stoked. Yeah. Take care, Elizabeth. That's why I did it, Morgan. Heard that, Jeremiah? This was always only just the beginning.
Did I say I'm a weak-minded person? Sure, Caleb, I'm a weak-minded person. Good night, Elizabeth. It was nice making your acquaintance. Oh, excuse me, your acquaintance. Sure, it's trauma from my past that weighs me down. Yeah, I'm gonna be live all day tomorrow too, Jeremiah. Take care, Ostyman. Sweet dreams and moon memes. Elizabeth. Oop. Night, Ostyman. Okay, take care, Jeremiah. We're driving. Hold 'em. I think she's got a Ford Model T. She's fucking old, dude. She might have one of those what are they called? Cruisers, PT cruisers. I think she's got like a Crown Royal purple PT cruiser with the wood paneling. Oh, it was so good, Green Dodge. And the honey had candied. It was so good. Damn crank in the front's right, Jeremiah. That's right. And in style, no less, Morgan. She actually has potted plants along the wheel wells. You know, like they've got the wood paneled wheel wells.
She actually keeps a row of potted plants there below the back windows. You know what I'm talking about? She has a nice pair of shutters right there on the other side, white, naturally. She doesn't like to get above 45. She says that it disturbs the plants. It's a maroon two-door shut. That's rad. I agree. Granny has taste. Oh, you didn't know? Rach was born in 1874. She still uses a fucking... She goes, bruh. It's okay, Rach. I couldn't remember the name of the damn... I couldn't remember the name of the damn technology, or I would have got on you before the tape deck. The stagecoach and buggy. The fucking hand crank with the fucking great big fucking horn that comes off of it. And the fucking hand crank and it turns the record player. Can't remember what those fucking things are called. Nah, her car's probably so fucking fancy. It has fucking what was it called? Siphon. She probably has a siphon right there in her car. Yes, that sound is the rain, Jim. Do you actually drive a Kia Soul? That's funny. The cool hamster bucks. Welcome back, Joe. It is. It's coming down hard again. No, I'm not in a campground. You can't really see it, but the wind is really starting to pick up. I was going to be kind of annoyed if I didn't get any good wind, but it's starting to pick up a little bit. I liked Miami, the Dolphins, for years before I ever met Rach. Budge, I'm not gonna get drafted, bud. Yeah, good wins tonight, Blacktop. Hey, Garrus. Yeah, maybe Green Dodge. I'm safe, Garrus. Warm is a little bit more difficult. The wind is starting to pick up and it's going to get chilly. But I'm safe. Can you hear it? The wind? I basically have one, Garrus. In my beanie? It's in here somewhere. Yeah, Bob? Good night, RPP. Take care, Long. I can't see anything either. It's freaky. Like, turn the red light on. It's spooky. Scary. Thank you, Garrus. There it goes. Yeah, isn't that cool? Oh, that's upon us. Maybe not, but big thunder boomers. I'm moving to Florida this weekend, Garrus. Hi, Marty. Thank you, Garrus. Yeah. If it was a competition, Bob, yeah, I feel like I'm gonna win. Good night, Morgan. It's raining hard, yeah. Yeah, Bob, that seems like a lot. Neither, Ember. I have not seen either. I did see a very, very large humanoid deer, though. It was very large, Ember. It is raining, Walnut. Both. I saw an orb turn into a UFO once, Ember. I'm fine, Granny. I'm in the dark. I'm in, Green Dodge. Maybe, Green Dodge. I'm starting to drift off. This is when I'm normally long asleep. I thought you guys might like the sound of the rain. No, I don't have any links, varmint. My shelter is watertight. Yes, sir, Dodge. I do my best to remember. I'm right here. I can still see you guys, but this is really more of a letting the rain speak kind of stream. If you need more stimulation, I understand. But you're welcome to hang out with me for as long as you like.
Good morning, you fucking weirdo nerds. It's cold. Did I say that I want you? Did I say that I need you? If I did, then I'm a fool. No one uses more than me. I come clean. I decided that because it rained all night, I would just go ahead and record the rain all night. Just broadcast the rain all night. Because I don't think beyond the visible, you guys believe me, that I've gotten good at living this life. Or that I wake up as the person that I am. No one knows this more than me. But I come clean. Rained all night. I don't have a single drop. Not a single drop of leak water. Rain leakage. Not a single Rock. I figured that since it rained all night, I would just record the rain all night. Since no sense interrupting the stream, which was about sharing the rain and the storm and demonstrating for those of you who just don't believe that I'm good at things. I'm fucking really good at things. Those of you who don't believe that I could sleep comfortably in this tent, I slept comfortably in this tent. You probably should have slept, Rachie. My phone, actually. Oh, shit. It got cold last night. I didn't sleep in my sleeping bag for nearly as long as I should have. Ooh. I'm starting to withdrawal too. Top of the morning. Poke, how are you doing? Good morning, vlog. It's a genuine good morning. I'm impressed that you guys are already here. I am a little bit embarrassed by the riches that I have all of a sudden. Heading to work, for sure. I don't even know what time it is. It's daylight, so I must have slept a little bit later than I usually do, yeah. It's almost 8 o'clock. I'm up later than usual. T-minus 4 hours? Oh, okay, I understand. Yeah, you're not going to arrive here. You have to begin leaving. I should really start this stream over, but I don't like doing that when there are people here. Like, all 10 of you have to restart, have to come find me? That's so rude. Damn. No one knows this more than me, and I come clean and last night I knew it was gonna storm, and the night before it had stormed so beautifully. The lightning and the rain and the trees and the wind, and I'm down here in my little pocket of safety, and it's a very powerful experience to be in the middle of a storm like that and to be safe, like truly safe. And a lot of people over the last 2 years, 18 years, 19 months, there have been a lot of people who have outright denied that I sleep here, that I survive these storms, that I'm dry. You know, there are a lot of people who have outright denied my life. And so I figured that last night was the last night I'm going to be sleeping here in a real way. So I would share it with you guys. Do you want to talk to me about the stuff that happened, Rach? And then every time I would wake up, I check the viewer count. I would watch Rach and Edgregor talk, and that would be rude. That would be rude to turn off the stream while I know they're communicating. Whether they can communicate in the Discord or not it doesn't matter. Esteban came through drunk as a skunk. And then I figured that there was a certain amount of, it would be rude because, you know, you guys would probably hang out, because I've done my absolute best to make an environment where you guys know the rules, and whether I'm here or I'm not here, you guys will love on one another. That's been the goal. And so I trusted you guys. Oh, that's great that you played the first Final Fantasy. Okay, that touches my heart. I love the first Final Fantasy. It's just one of my absolute. I don't know Esteban very well, but I am certain that he did that because there's a certain sort of guy who will say the tender is garbage. The third Final Fantasy, it used to not have it used to not have good ports. But it used to be more popular for dude friends to push back on you. Shaggy, my brother, abrazos. The DS. Yeah, if you're looking for old, like, antique hardware, Poke, Final Fantasy 3 didn't get a lot of releases in the United States. But the pixel remasters of the first 6, there's a good pixel remaster of 3. Squeenix was, when it came time to remaster and re-release those games. Yeah, 3 was the one they were most insecure about of the original 6. What are your intentions with Shaggy, really? Did people really come through and interview you last night, Rachie? Dudes that you don't recognize? I have a lot of silent viewers. I have a lot more silent viewers than I ever believed. The last few days, I've had a lot of people come out of the woodwork and tell me that they've been watching me for the whole year. Watching. It's like, why? I didn't know that. I'm not mad at you. But, like, there have been a few of them that have come through and guilt tripped me because they got themselves muted along the way. A girl asked you why you're so angry? Hello, Julio. How are you? Did I stress that correctly? Or is it Julio or is it Julio? What am I doing right now, Bernie? Oh. That is wild. Yeah. So it looks like I do about 2 grams of regular weed a week. That's what it looked like. Well, PCP, I live in a tent. For one more evening, but the Shaggy Stream Herald? I don't know what that means. I do know that if it had the blue trumpet mouth, irrelevant, PCP. I'm not going to be here except but for one more evening. You're like newspaper? Rach, you haven't slept. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna get in her car and this bitch is gonna start talking about shadow people. It's cold enough that I'm wearing a light jacket and I have a thermal blanket wrapped around myself. Telling you all the headlines? Yes, I understand. I understand. Rach is so excited. I don't know that Rach has ever actually manned one of my live streams before in the way that she did last night. She's feeling so good about herself for sitting there. That's so funny, Poke. You were already there with the shadow people. He saw the same thing. He's like, this bitch is crazy. On both views. Sometimes I hope she knows I'm not actually making fun. I'm saying it in a funny way, but I'm not actually making fun. It's cute. She spent the night. She spent the night practicing, and that's really precious. Traveling is no. I will be relocating, yes. I'm so grateful to know you guys. Just gonna call out Eggs and Poke and Rach and Mr. S right now. I wouldn't have met you if I hadn't made my decisions. Yeah, I read Rachel, and then I pretended that I didn't see it and I went back to sleep. You've made a bigger mess. Somehow. Glad you found me too, Eggs. And I'm glad that my standoffish and aggressive nature, especially when I'm performing, didn't push you away. A lot of people have told me over the years that my performative self, that the argumentative self, that I have to protect me first. Nature is pushing people away, and it's like, I'm not pushing you away. I might be pushing you towards someone or some place or something else to spend your time at than me. Maybe. People feel that way too. But I just want you to be the best version of you that you can be. That's all I really want. And so if I'm pushing you, it's to be the best version of you that you can be. Because I'm not the best version of me that I can be. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. I want to sing, but I feel like my throat is probably still fucked up. Probably still burnt. But I'm only going to get one more morning. They're only going to get one more morning. I'm gonna do my best, Rach. Long drives put me to sleep, so I'm gonna do my best. I love to learn that, Eggs. I'm being assholed by Cubans! I'm gonna do my best, Rachel. I'm gonna do my best. As you have seen, I yonk out. I just turn off. I'm very grateful for you guys. There are 8 of you here, and even since I've woken up, I've gotten more likes. I am so grateful. I'm so grateful. When I was doing this as an explicitly religious expression, when I was titling it things explicitly religious, I couldn't get respect. I couldn't get a respectful, patient audience. And so I had to just cut all of them out. I had to turn all of them off. One by one. And that hurt me. I don't think people know that it hurts me. Maybe it doesn't hurt other people, because other people are psychopaths. Other people like that feeling, because there's pleasure that comes with causing pain. You know, like he says in that movie, Naked Gun. You don't want to kill somebody because the first time you kill somebody, you have this feeling where you go, that was awesome. I want to do it again. And so it's not good. It's not good to cut people off your life, even if they've become bleeding, weeping sores. Because if they become a bleeding and weeping sore in your life, their life is indescribable misery. So cutting them out of your life, if you're me, means certain death for them. Certainly it means they're dead to me now. It's like from time to time I see some of them. Like I think one of them rejoined the Patreon yesterday, and I think sometimes about how the one used to chant from the tent to the hills, because he used to say that he wanted to be there for the whole of my escape, because they all thought that I was escaping homelessness, escaping, running from, fleeing poverty. No. So those of you who have come here and you've just embraced what the channel is, abrazado. I like abrazo because abrazo seems to come from abrir. And so on some level it almost seems to be saying opens. I'm open. No, that's probably not a good etymology. But isn't abra, isn't that a past tense form, Rachel, of abrir? Isn't that how you begin past tense? Is you go to the other verb form? So if it's an IR, don't you go to the AR endings for past tense? Isn't that sort of how it works? I know I'm wrong, but how far am I actually reaching? Anyway, I appreciate you guys. No more cold nights, no more cold mornings, no more waking up wet and stinking. I'm not even gonna know what to do with myself in a hot shower. Okay, X. I'm not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. And thank you for the tunes. I don't know if I said it outright, but thank you for the tunes. I saw that it meant a lot to you that I actually did listen to that song yesterday. I saw the reaction. I see that I have that effect on you. And I will do my due diligence of being more respectful of the effect that I have on specifically you. Because I've seen it. There's no shame in a person having an effect on you. And I need that lesson as well. Because you guys all have an effect on me. I'm too cramped up. I can't really stretch out properly to sing, but I want to. So I could let out some air from my mattress, I guess. I don't know what that means, Oopie. True. You probably haven't been where I am. Yes, it is early morning, Chris. Because we don't do this. I have been I've been inviting my $50 Patreon tier to talk to me, to share their thoughts, and just to just use me as a sounding board to work through thoughts. And one of my Patreon subs sent me about 20 minutes of voice notes just talking to themselves last night. long time. That hurts. Right now I'm sitting in the lotus position in my tent. And frankly, I'm talking to you, Travis. I don't think you've been here. I don't think you've done this. I have to tell people. And they don't know. Isolated. Yep. I'm gonna cut my face. Oh. What are you taking to me? I'm certain that you haven't, Travis. You would speak in full sentences if you had been here. I am certain that even if you have been, as they say, unhoused, the manner in which you did it was not by reading scripture and ancient literature and by processing and sharing wisdom in general for passersby on the internet. I just know that's not true about you, because if it were true about you, you would be engaging in my doing it much more respectfully. What he means by that is, let's not compare the differences. I want to retain that I'm right. You're not respectful. In 2 breaths, you asked me, what is your situation? And then you said to me, I've been there. Anyway. Yeah. Elder genderless sibling. Stop showing up. That's how it goes. Yes. Elder brothers, the failure that we always make is that we stop showing up. No, if he cared, he would take time to let me answer the question. He doesn't care. Care comes from the Anglo-Saxon word that means suffer or lament. He's not lamenting. He's just talking in a live chat where the chat isn't moving, and so he's feeling the silence. I don't know why you even think that my head is in any direction but down, except from talking to you, Ray. I don't understand how you guys think that does anything but weigh on my shoulders. He's just spamming for attention. Probably not, Easy. You sound like Blue October, Travis. Libby, I'm listening. He and Libby got divorced. because it didn't get resolved. Proud of you, kid. I can't talk about what I'm hearing. Here, I'm going to mute myself for just a second. There he goes. I just said I was muting myself. I just said out loud, I'm muting myself. I just said those words. Ray, you don't even have any idea. I don't have any advice for you. The advice that I would give to you is don't solicit advice without cash in hand. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I said the advice that I would give. It's not a dismissal of the prompt. It's good advice. If you don't already have a relationship where you are a mentee with a mentor, asking for mentorship is something that comes with either social cachet or gift exchange. You're not a paycheck away from my position, Doe Methodical. You are not a paycheck away from being conned into a way of life by a woman who then just decided she didn't want to fulfill it, psychologically tortured you for 3 years, and then had you evicted, got you evicted with a crooked judge. You don't fucking know my position. Toward you, I'm extremely negative, Travis. I'm just giving you what you give me right back. I'm pissed off at you, Travis. Well, nice can also mean fine. Knives can be nice. Needles can be nice. Correct. 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 If I have a mental chip on my shoulder, what are you going to do about it, Doc Methodical? Tom Brady had a mental chip on his shoulder. It got him 7 fucking Super Bowls. The fuck do I give a shit if you're insecure about the chip on my shoulder? What block are you a chip off of? Because it's a wimpy little one. Why does it have anything to do with luck, Travis? My wife didn't leave me. Panic attack. Maybe I'm just giving back what I'm getting in return, Ray. Mean means common. Average. Correct. Correct. Yes. Correct. If why are you guilt tripping me with a subscription and a like I did not ask for? You can take them back. The refund doesn't hurt my bottom line. How do you know I'm not on my feet, Hassan? Yeah, Lunk. It's about me, Mr. Max. My wife was 10 years before I met this woman. Doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, Doc. Ignorance is bliss. Everything that you're saying is from a position of ignorance, and so you are blissfully unaware that the things you're saying are not about me. It might be to me, but they're not even addressed at me, usually. Stay driving? Stay driving? I have never legally driven nor wanted to drive. What do you want to tell God, Angelo? Well, that's a question. Why are you worried about me? Enoch, you didn't watch the last 9 hours of the stream? I think you're trying to spell that with an E, Travis. It's spelled D-R-I-V-E-N, driven. Somewhere in the middle 8 hours of this particular stream, I was just asleep. Okay, Mike. No, Zesty. Yeah, you never got got to practice. Yes, I know. I'm gonna mute myself again. There he goes. You found some of my shorts funny and entertaining, and you found some of my shorts to be complaining about other people from a position of superiority that I don't seem to presently occupy. Is that what you think, Mike? Good luck reading my lips, Ray. I know how to read lips, and I hung out with girls in high school who could read lips, so I also know how to do a lot of shaping the words in the same way. So good luck. I had a crush on a deaf girl for a minute too. So good luck. I hope that there's nobody just passing by who speaks ASL. Did you not like the arguments that I used to establish those truths, Mike? Or are they things that you like and identify with? Do you identify with the aspiration of having a Cybertruck? You think it's okay that parents who can't provide for their children supplement their income by exploiting their children and monetizing their lives? You think that's okay? Do you like that? Do you aspire to doing that, to having children so you can monetize them? Enough. E-bag. Your name literally has begging in it. Before they have to, they 18, those children have no ability to consent. They have no ability to say no. You like those fucking Italians? You like them faking their father-son relationship? You like him doing every single internet trend? Because people don't have that fantasy relationship with their father, so they attach to him parasocially. You like that? You don't have a YouTube channel, Mike. My mother did that, Enoch. EDM, my mother did that. I had a $10,000 trust fund in my name from my grandparents, and my mother used it to take out credit cards. Because I can watch it with my eyes, Mike. That is an abusive relationship. Those boys, that father has sexually dominated his sons. Yes, you do seem to be flipping through typos, HBD. Well, I feel like your feelings are irrelevant to me, Mike. Marty, who's to say that I'm not living my dreams? My eyes are telling, Marty? You can't even clearly see my left eye. I don't know what that means, King Yeti. No, what you say does matter. What you feel doesn't. I don't care what you feel. What if I'm trying to make you feel bad? What if that was the point? Well, yeah, Mike, but you're also talking about videos that are a year old. You haven't watched my material from the last month. And what if I don't want a wider variety of viewers? What if I want a very specific and narrow niche of viewers? You just said that you feel like some things, so clearly you feel bad. Otherwise, you would only be expressing good feelings. Don't lie to me, Mike. I'm not stupid. King, you've never met a woman in a real way, and you've definitely never known one. No, I didn't know that, HBD, but thank you. Yes, I have an extremely closed world, Tanjiro. What if I don't want to make money, Mike? If you've been watching my shorts, you would know that I don't want to make money. No, Chris, backstories are not extremely relevant. The first rule of telling any story is that the backstory is irrelevant. I don't want people to donate, Mike. Backstories are nothing. Disney is not around to tell backstories. I don't care what you like, Mr. Max. Okay, E-Baganator. Then own a business, HBD. Every character's got a backstory, but that's not what any story is about. It's not my thought, it's Stephen King's. It's the first rule. I do not know Matthew Golding. I don't know why you're still talking to me, King. No, there are none, Scotsman. Nope, I don't know what that is, Yeti. I don't know the things that you like. Thank you for being so reductive of my life, Tony. Okay, HBD. Thank you, Giggle. Thank you, Scotsman. You thought wrong, Sukika. Tony can fight his own fights. Tony's also wrong. I don't care about your prayers, Mike. No, I don't care about the God you're praying to. My wife didn't have a judge evict me. Abrazos, Esteban. I heard stories about you, my friend. Well, I am, Mike, so get over yourself. Then why did I claim what? I never claimed that my wife did anything. I don't indirectly ask for donations. And why do you think that I don't know what I'm doing, Mike? Why are you pointing out what I'm doing like I don't know? I am absolutely playing off emotions because I'm an artist, Mike, and I once heard a good definition of art. If you feel something, it's art. No, Mike really thinks that he's given me good faith critique. Mike, taste is subjective. I am simply homeless and collecting money. Tony knows exactly what's going on here. Tony's defending me by being wrong and reductive and insulting both my intelligence and my art. I heard that you had a little bit to drink. Fumando también, huh? Ah, congratulaciones. Un bebito. Felicidad. Ah, wonderful. Ah, ¿cómo se llama? Bebita. Oh, no sé. ¿Esa bellina? Oh, muy linda. Ah, felicidad. Excelente. Because if I were green blue, I'd be dead. I mean, if I were blue green, I'd be dead. Whoops. Um, Felicitaciones. Ah, yes. Excelente. Mi español es no práctica. Um, pero, ¿sabes cuando se arriba? I know I got that wrong. You imagine wrong, Mike. You haven't been watching enough to be criticizing me. Oh, that's great. Sí. Y vertical también, sí. Ah, se quiere bailar salsa. Yeah. You are criticizing, Mike. Criticism is criticism. You might be saying, I'm not attacking you, but criticism, because I'm an artist, is criticism, one way or the other. I've already defended your right to continue talking to me as good faith criticism. You're just not doing it very well. I'm probably the coolest, Pyro. Clearly, Tony, you have no idea about anything, and so you need to get the fuck off my podium and stop trying to fight people in my name. Tango! Is it, el or la bailar? De amor. Because you're an asshole, Tony. You're supposed to beat up the biggest guy in the room, not go and try to suck his dick. Part of my problem. You don't know what my problem is, Mike. You're watching it, Pyro. I'm discussing romance in Espanol with a Spanish man from Argentina. I think I get that right every time. I'm arguing with an idiot who's watched 4 of my shorts and thinks he knows me. 4 of my shorts from a year ago and thinks he knows me. Talking to you. Tony decided that he wanted to reduce my art to begging, and now he's mad because I told him he's wrong. So he's the kind of person who can't accept being wrong and just go, oh, I was wrong. I'm going to change my approach now. Tubi is, holy shit, just posted a whole bunch of fucking words as their introduction. If you can't describe my art at this point, you just haven't been watching long enough. Well, Tony, you walked in and you started talking. How would you know? Okay, Mike. I know you came here in good faith, Tony, but you're also the kind of person who just cannot accept being wrong. It's just irrelevant, Cole. I just don't want to talk about it. It's just irrelevant. I'm not here to sell nicotine. It's just irrelevant. You guys make a guy want a fucking cigarette. It's orange, but it's not creamsicle. Okay. Okay, Tony. I can do this because I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay, Tony entered the chat by saying, dude, were you up all fucking night? Holy shit. No, I was not up all fucking night. And then somebody kept calling me schizo. And he goes, he isn't schizo. He is simply homeless and trying to pass the time. To which I said, thank you for reducing me and my art to that. It's a reductive argument. Someone got upset that I called it reductive and said that you were just defending me. This 1257 goes, dog, Tony's trying to stand up for you. You're unnecessarily bitter. And I said, yeah, but he's wrong. And then Egregore added, still a reductive way to describe what I'm doing right now. And then 1257 asked me, then why did I claim that? And I explained that that's reductive. It's not what I'm doing. And he's wrong. And then Mike did his thing. And then 1257 goes like, come on, bro. And then Tony Herdman goes, the guy is simply homeless and collects money. I don't see anything wrong with that, which demonstrates that the whole conversation that I'd had with 1257 about how Tony was wrong didn't hit Tony. Tony continued to do the thing that was wrong. Tony did not accept that Tony was wrong the first time and changed Tony's approach the second time. That is when Tony demonstrated that Tony is the kind of person who cannot accept being wrong and change their behavior. That's when you demonstrated that, Tony, with the third thing you said. Don't tell me what to do, Mike. No, I was not up all night. Scroll back. I slept for 8 hours. Cole, why are you doing the thing I'm kind of berating Tony for? You got to sleep off your cocktail and get you some water, maybe some Gatorade. I don't know what's available. Get you some water. I don't know, Tony. I already don't like you. Where do you go from here? You're watching him do art, him goalie. Yeah, I know, but you're doing the same thing. Instead of listening to the show, paying attention to what's happening around you, Cole. Instead of taking me seriously as an artist, an orator, and a fucking pedagogue. Thank you for sharing, Daniel. You're back, Scottman. And your front. Presumably they're both there. Yes, you tried and you failed, Cole. What are you going to do now? Yes, I am an asshole, Tony. Yeah, my being horseless isn't a big deal. Edgar, go, you're going to fuck around and become one of my friends. That's so fucking stupid. God, that was so fucking stupid. God damn it, that was so dumb. It was so perfect. It was so even iPhone was like, houseless is a stupid fucking word. What you're asking is stupid in any historical context of the English language. Horseless makes more sense here. Oh, God.
You're creating fat cartoon animal women. Thank you for sharing, Pyro. I don't remember asking, but thank you. You get to walk everywhere, right? Oh my god. So fucking stupid. Horseless makes way more sense. Horseless is an actual word. That was the thing that people would actually get uppity about. You seem to be horseless, good man. You come walking out of the bar and your friend just goes staggering down the road and, my good man, you appear to be horseless. Do you need aid getting to your abode? Like these people, if they thought about what they were saying and they just called it what it is, you're abodeless. No, I'm not abodeless. I am biting right here. Oh, man. Sorry. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Eggs. That was hilarious. Oh, my God. Mike, you just don't understand that yesterday somebody told me, somebody who's watched hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of my material, told me that they've been watching my material from the beginning, and they're up to March, from September to March. And they said to me that no matter how hard what I was going through was, no matter how difficult or angry I was about the thing that was going on, the one thing that remained true in every video I made is that I was consistently funny. That I found a way to be consistently funny in every one of my videos. So if what you see is bitterness and anger, then you just aren't looking. You just don't know what you're looking at. Okay. And so, unfortunately for Tony, he's going to be first now that Blockbuster's open because I'm agitated and I had a good laugh. And I'm done with letting well-meaning but hurtful people. Like, this guy's going to tell me you could get better if you changed your approach and doesn't know that I'm only going to be in this tent for another, like, 16 hours. Just doesn't know anything. That's fine, JCal. I don't think that you needed to continue writing that sentence after think. I think you could have put a period right there and it would have been equally true. Probably more true. What's the most important thing that people should know about me? That I just do not give a fuck. Well, you're not trying to understand my situation, Mike. You're imprinting what you think you know about yours onto mine. Yes, I actually am in a trench. I don't care if you understand me. Every one of them is horseless. Don't tell me what to do, Jesus. Don't ask me what to do. Don't make any kind of demand on my system whatsoever. If I say it as a question, it's still annoying to hear. Did a grown man just tell me not to tell him what to do? I don't have a backyard, Jesus. Why are you asking to see the hair and the tuft of hair in the crack of my ass? But you're not going to get it here, Scottman. don't know why you're talking about hearing people's stories. I haven't told a story from my life. Yeah. Everybody who identifies as a Christian in public is a fucking scumbag in public. Jesus is king is no different. Just a fucking scumbag. Daniel, you're on the fucking ledge. You're gonna want to start singing that fucking Creed song pretty soon. Hope you don't think I'm joking. I can be consistently funny without telling a lie once. Dude. Calm. I've been awake for like an hour, and I have an audience of 40 people, buddy. If my audience were any more captivated, I would never get to do anything with my life. Thank you for the confirmation. Hi. I know. Your name is Gully. Just trying to go around 34. It says 35 for me. That number is very clearly 35. And so if what Cole is trying to say is that there are 34 dumbasses and he's the only one not a dumbass, that's not how probabilities work. It says 41 for me, Cole. Yeah, Scottman. It's rough. It's rough. And this is what the American military is like. Yikes. I have an audience. Thank you, Les. Thank you, Hex. Dibs. Still 36 from it still says 36. I still retain people in a way that you just don't, Cole. I don't know why you're so upset about it. Still says 36. I don't know why you're so sensitive about how many people it is. I don't think that's a huge number. But it's funny now because I didn't say a mistruth. I didn't misrepresent the situation in any way. It's just weird. It's such a weird diversion. It's such a weird thing for you to engage your critical thinking on. Oh, he's misrepresenting reality because his reality is 5 seconds in the future of mine, and oh God. Don't tell my mods what to do, Scottman. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell my mods what to do. Don't tell anybody what to do. You are just nobody's fucking dad. Probably you can't, Matt Billa. Like, there are 2 kings in the universe of Shaggy Philalitea. There are 2 kings. Me. And Tony Schnurr. Other than that, you just sit the fuck down. Just sit the fuck down. I am the fucking king. And I am lounging. So just calm down. But I am the king on these parts, Calm Bomb. It makes me feel like you're making a self-harmful decision and you think that it's going to make me feel better about myself. I literally slept on this very stream.
Not usually lounging, actually, J-Cal. You just show up in the parts of the day where I'm passing gas like you. What's my goal with my channel and streams? Why is that your business? Tweak my sister. Am I, why don't I read your names before I read your chat? You're not fucking Shark Tank. Fucking Caligula over here thinks that I'm standing in front of Shark Tank for his dumbass. I don't Evan stream. Daniel, if I were trying to catch a whale, I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, the genuine question is one that an investor asks, Tweaker. Am I in a fucking bank? Do you think you're a fucking bank? Don't tell me what to do, King. You are not the king. I have already established that. You are just some guy. Fuck your boat, Sanri. I've already told you that you're on the fence, Daniel. You just wait till yours start doing it. Dude, what? Tweak my sister doesn't get it. It will get warm when the sun comes out, if that's how you define a greenhouse. Y'all's frames of reference are strange. It's closer to a goon cave than it is a boat. Y'all know that the tent that they throw over the boat is still a tent. Like, the mines that are blown by blue tarpaulin in the sun are disconcerting. Don't tell me what to do, Tweak my sister. Basically, Benante. I haven't eaten yet, Christopher, no. Dude, I've only been awake for like an hour. You guys. I swear to God, you guys don't watch the show, but you ask me questions like you think you do. I eat sometime around noon, afternoon. Your genuine question is not my problem, Terrell. Okay. You asked for it, Daniel. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Leslie. They go to sleep stupid, too. There's no peak. Just stay stupid all night long, or all day long. Oh, I wake up an asshole, for sure. Terrell Robbins, I wake up with the kind of erections that you could only dream of. Like, literally, that your wife asks you to wear for her. Hollow dildo style, you understand? And that I don't have anyone to beat in the fucking head with it until it goes away pisses me off. So long as I'm doing it artfully, Terrell. You wouldn't recognize art if it walked up and beat you in the fucking head with its erection.
I'm just not concerned about your opinion as regards anything. You're broke anyway. Ben Tate, all of those guys would retire if they came into my presence. None of those dudes is actually funny. Terrell's gooning to me for sure. If you say so, Hassan. Who wants money? The love of money is the root of all evil. Maybe, Terrell. Your quick scan that took about 30 seconds wasn't enough for you to know what you're talking about. Probably not, Hassan. Probably not, Luffy. Probably not. Probably what's amazing, amazing, is the work that was done to get you to believe that Jesus ever existed. I don't know what that means, Diltong. It's not hard to articulate without word vomiting. I just did it. Actually, they're just deleting comments they don't like, and I'm not saying anything about it because I don't give a fuck right now. Yeah, it sounds like you're a piece of shit, Hassan. 2 women don't like you? There's a common denominator there. There is not hard proof that Jesus existed, Gustav. Your PFP is of a gray alien. Your definition, your bar for hard proof is obvious hoaxes. It's not how that works, Ben Tate. Not how that works, Ben Tate. The Greeks never made an argument for a materially existing God. You'll figure it out someday, J-Cal. Yeah, except for the Greek gods weren't words in a book, Ben. Your ignorance is showing, and it looks like an asshole. Jesus could have been a person, but he probably wasn't. Don't tell me what to do, Ray. You are not a country music star. Probably your mom's sweet tookus, country boy. Yes, dirtbag. It is. Nobody made a claim of material existence for the Greco-Roman gods, Ben Tate. No one ever made the claim, so they're not the same thing. No one ever made the claim of a materially existent Zeus. No one ever made that claim. Anyone making the claim in the modern world, like Ben Tate is making the claim, is wrong. They're wrong about the framing of their argument. And so, as I've already said, if the first principles of your argument are wrong, everything that flows from the argument is wrong. You don't get to go, well, I arrived at the right answer by being wrong. No, you don't get to do that. You get to be right from your first principle, and then you get to flow to right from there. You don't get to weave your way to the correct answer. This is not your university class. You can grade yourself on a curve elsewhere. Goodbye, Mike. Hello, Ryan. It's not the channel for you. No one has ever made the claim. If you're seeking proof, you're doing mathematics anyway, Ben. No one has ever made the claim of a materially existent Zeus. No one has ever made the claim. I don't even know what that could possibly mean, Brandon. You are making and I'm not saying a materialistic Zeus, I said a materially existent. You are making the claim that there is a materially existent Zeus to deny. I am making the claim nothing. I am I am Iron Manning your argument, Steel Manning your argument. No one ever made the claim that there was a materially existent God of any kind in the Greek world. No one ever made the claim in order for Jesus and their claim to be the same. It did not happen. They are not the same category of being. No, they did not make the claim that Zeus was a god. They made the claim that Zeus was the god. You idiot. Cannot possibly know what that could mean, Brandon. Raising my voice does make me more right, Gustav. He was the God, Ben. You don't even know how their theology worked. No, they were not gods and sons of the Titans. The Titans were not the creators. You don't even know how their theogony worked. You don't know what you're talking about. I said theogony because I meant theogony, historical records. Probably you don't, Matt. Zeus's father was Time. Maybe, Johnny. Time is? You don't know what time is? Time is not a Titan. I dropped out in about 4th grade. Everything in the universe is energy, Jack. It won't replace anything. Everything that exists in the universe, everything that is materially existent is energy. Chronos is the word time. Chronos is time. Time is time. You're wrong about everything you say, Ben. Chronos is not a titan. Okay. Okay. One day at a time, Jabron. One day at a time. He wasn't a leader of the Titans. He wasn't a Titan. Not the leader of the Titans either. You just don't know what you're talking about. You don't fucking know anything. 'Cause you're a big dumb face who thinks he knows things. And then he goes arguing with people who know more, and he doesn't know what that looks like. Because he surrounds himself with fucking stupid people. Anyway. From Hesiod's Theogony, let us begin to sing of the muses of Helicon first, who have and inhabit their shrine on that large and numinous mountain. Furthermore, round some spring that is violet-colored, on tender feet they are dancing, or round the altar of Zeus the Almighty, bathing their delicate skin in the spring of Permessus, or in the spring of the horse, or of sacred Olmaius. They often create their lovely and beautiful dances on top of Mount Helicon's summit. Thence they arise and go forth, wholly enveloped in darkness, walking abroad in the night, projecting their beautiful voices, singing of Zeus, who sustains the Aegis, and reverend Hera, lady of Argos, wherever she wanders, her sandals are golden, hymning the daughter of Zeus, who carries the Aegis, Athena, with gray eyes, and Apollo and Artemis, lover of arrows. Also Poseidon, who holds the earth and occasionally shakes it. Reverend Themis, and coy Aphrodite, who glances askance to. Beautiful Hebe, whose garland is gold, and lovely Dione, Leto, Iapis, and Cronos, whose counsel is crooked. Dawn, or Eos, the magnificent sun and the moon, with her radiant visage, Earth, and the might of the ocean, and Night, who personifies blackness. All of the sacred race of immortals enduring forever. Such are the goddesses who taught Hesiod beautiful songs once, while he was shepherding lambs in the shadow of Helicon's holy mountain. And these were the very first words they uttered to me, those nymphs of Olympus, the daughters of Zeus, who carries the Aegis. Wilderness shepherds, ignoble excuses for men, merely bellies. We are accustomed to tell many lies that resemble the facts, and we are accustomed to speak, when we wish to, the literal truth, too. So the articulate daughters of Zeus the Magnificent spoke and gave me a staff, a sprout they had plucked of the vigorous laurel. It was a marvelous thing. They inspired me with vocal prophetic song to enunciate matters to come and others that have been. Me they commanded to sing of the race of the blessed immortals, hymning themselves at beginning and end of every poem. What is, however, to me, all that stuff about oak trees and stones? You then, let us begin with the muses who up on Olympus pleasure with music the mighty mind of our heavenly Father, telling of things as they are, as they will be, and were, and aforetime, blending their voices which flow inexhaustibly sweet from their open mouths. Then the home of their father, loud, thundering Zeus, is delighted. Glad at the delicate, far-flung tone of the muses, the peaks of snowy Olympus, and all the abodes of the deathless Richo. I think that's Rieko. Raising aloft their ambrosial voices in song, they extol the worshipful races of the gods first, whom at the very beginning earth and extensive heaven gave birth to. The gods were their children, givers of good things. Second, they sing about Almighty Zeus, the father of gods and of men, thus beginning and ending their song. For Zeus is the highest and best of the gods and greatest in power. Next, the Olympian muses, the daughters of Zeus with the Aegis, pleasure with music, the mind of Zeus, who inhabits Olympus, singing a song of the races of humans and powerful giants. Then in Pieria memory, queen of the hills of Eleuther, after she lay with the father of gods, the descendant of Cronus, bore as a respite from woe and a means of forgetting all sorrow. Zeus, the astute great counselor, slept with Mnemosyne, that means memory, 9 nights, going up into her blessed bed far from the other immortals. Then, when a year had passed, and the round of the seasons was perfect, after the months dwindled down and the number of days was accomplished, Memory bore 9 daughters, whose hearts were intent upon music. All were unanimous also, their spirits remarkably carefree. At birth, little removed from the summit of snowy Olympus. There were their glistening dancing floors next to their beautiful houses. Near them, the Graces, as well as Desire, had homes in beautiful comfort. The Muses, projecting their lovely voices from their mouths, sing of the customs and noble characters of the immortals. They, as they went to Olympus, rejoiced in their beautiful voices and their ambrosial melody. Around them the dark earth rang out loudly in time to their hymns. Sweet noises arose from their footsteps as they progressed to their father, who ruled as a monarch in heaven, holding the terrible thunderbolt, grasping the glittering lightning. After he conquered with violence Cronus, his father, he parceled out each his role to the gods and apportioned their duties and honors. This was the song of the Muses, who make their homes on Olympus. 9 of them, daughters engendered of almighty Zeus, and their names were Cleo, Euterpe, and Thalia, also Melpomene, and her sister Terpsichore, lovely Erato, Polymnia, likewise blessed Urania, also Calliope, first of the Muses. She is a handmaid waiting on reverend princes. If any one of these heavenly nurtured princes, the daughters of mighty Zeus, should be pleased to regard, on beholding him when he is newborn, over the tongue of that child they dispill sweet liquor from heaven. Out of his mouth flow honey-sweet words. And then all of the people look to the same, who decides between differing sides, with unbending righteousness, speaking decisively, firmly. He can, in a little while, understandingly put an end even to serious quarrels. This is the function of sensible kings, that whenever the people err in assembly, the kings set right the affairs of the people, easily, taking them over with soft words, gentle persuasion. Making his way through the throng, he is greeted and cheered like a god, with honeyed respect, and he stands out always when people assemble. Such is the holy and glorious gift of the Muses to mankind. For it is thanks to the Muses, and to far-darting Apollo, that there are singers and poets on earth, and performers on harps. But kings are descended from Zeus, who is happy whomever the Muses love and befriend, from whose mouth flows speech that is sweeter than honey. So, if a person through harboring grief in his freshly bereaved mind, parches his heart with incessant distress, and a wandering minstrel serving the muses then sings of the glorious doings of former men and of blessed immortals who hold and inhabit Olympus. Instantly he will forget disagreeable thoughts and remember nothing of sorrow. The gifts of the goddesses swiftly divert him. Hail to the children of Zeus, who give us delectable song and publish the holy descent of immortals existing forever. Those that of old were engendered of earth and of star-spangled heaven, or of mysterious night, even those that were bred by the salt sea. Tell now, how did the gods in the earth first come into being? Rivers as well, and the limitless sea with its storm-driven swells, and also the twinkling stars in the widespread heaven above all. Tell how the gods then divided their wealth and appointed their riches, how they at first got hold of the weights of wrinkled Olympus. Tell me of these things, muses that dwell on the heights of Olympus, from the beginning, and say which first of them came into being. First of all, chaos came into existence. Thereafter, however, broad-bosomed earth took form, the forever immovable seat of all of the deathless gods who inhabit the heights of Olympus, and murky Tartarus, tucked in a cleft of extensively traveled earth. Also Eros, most beautiful god among all the immortals, loosening limbs, dominating the hearts and the minds, and the well-laid plans, both of all the immortals and all of susceptible mankind. Next, out of chaos, with Erebus, black night too was engendered, and out of night were the Aether and daylight together begotten, whom she conceived after lying with Erebus lovely, and bore. Earth, to begin with, engendered her firstborn, star-studded heaven, equal in size to herself to conceal her on every side, in order to furnish a solid foundation for the blessed forever. Next she gave birth to immense, high mountains, the pleasant retreats of goddesses, nymphs, who inhabit the glens of the mountainous woodlands. Also she bore the unfathomable deep, with its wind-driven swells, the sea, but without the assistance of love or desire. After she had slept with Uranus, she gave birth to the eddying ocean, Koios and Cryos, Hyperion, Iapetus, Taea and Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, golden-wreathed Phoebe, and lovable Thetis. Heaven and earth bore last of their children intelligent Kronos, their most redoubtable offspring, who hated his vigorous father. Earth gave birth to the Cyclopses, superabundant in life force, thunder, lightning, and flash, who was powerful and stout-hearted, furnishing thunder to Zeus, manufacturing thunderbolts for him. Similar were they in every other respect to the gods, save that a singular eye was set in the midst of their foreheads. Cyclopses were their eponymous nicknames, which is to say, round eyes. Seeing a singular circular eye was set in their foreheads. Physical strength, brute force, and mechanical cunning their work showed. 3 other sons were engendered by heaven and earth, who were very mighty and powerful, not to be lightly or frequently mentioned. Cottus, Briareus, Gyges, unruly and troublesome children, for from their shoulders 100 hands unattractively sprouted. Likewise there grew from the shoulders of each 50 heads on their sturdy bodies. A strength irresistible went with their awful appearance. Such were the terrible children begotten by heaven on earth, and loathed from the first by their very own father, whom, when they were infants, tucked them away in a hole in the earth and prevented their coming up to the light, and Uranus rejoiced in his own evil doing. Earth, though gigantic, was painfully stuffed on the inside and groaned out loud. She was quick to develop a scheme, both cunning and wicked, swiftly creating an element, gray-colored iron. Of it she fashioned a great big sickle, and said to her dearly loved children, speaking out boldly, courageously, although afraid in her own heart, "My dear children, begotten, alas, of a reprobate father, listen to me and obey. Let us punish your father's wrongdoing. He was the first to conceive of disgraceful and criminal conduct." That's what she said. They were all of them frozen by fear, so that no one uttered a word, until mighty, intelligent Kronos took courage, and he addressed in the following words his worshipful mother. "Mother, I would undertake to accomplish this deed, for I haven't any respect at all for our wretched, unspeakable father, who was the first to conceive such disgraceful and criminal conduct." So he declared, and magnificent Earth was heartily gladdened. Taking her son by the hand, Earth hid him in ambush, and put a serrated scythe in his hand, and disclosed to him wholly her dire plot. Ushering night in, Uranus visited Gaia, desiring Amorous
amorous intimacy. He extended himself all around and over the earth, while his son from ambush protruded his left hand. Taking the formidable broad serrated blade in his right, he hastily cut off his own father's privates and cast them behind him. Nor did they fly from his hand without profit, for Gaia accepted all of the blood drops gushing therefrom. When the year was completed, Earth gave birth to the Furies, as well as the big, strong giants, splendid in armor and carrying lances and swords in their large hands. Also the nymphs that are called after ash trees over the boundless earth. So when Kronos had cut off those members with iron, he threw them straightway down from the dry land into the tumultuous sea surge, where they were carried along on the turbulent surface a long time. Round the divine flesh rose up a colorless foam, whence a maiden grew, who at first by the holy island of Cytherea drifted, coming at length and at last to the wave-bound island of Cyprus, where the inspiring and beautiful goddess set foot, and the grass grew under her tapering feet, whom immortals and mortals together call Aphrodite, because she was born from the spume of the sea, and beautifully wreathed Cytherea, since she arrived at Cytherea. Cyprus engendered because she was born on the island of Cyprus. Genital loving because she had sprung from sexual organs. Eros accompanied her. She was followed by comely desire when first she was born, and she entered at once the immortals' assembly. Such were the honors allotted to her from the very beginning. This was the destined business she played among men and immortals. Maidenly whispers and smiles and giggles and girlish deception. Pleasure exquisitely pleasant, and love that is sweeter than honey. Mighty Uranus, who was their father, sarcastically named the sons he himself had begotten collectively strenuous Titans, saying they'd striven outrageously, strenuously to perform a terrible deed, one for which they would surely be punished hereafter. Night also bore reprehensible doom in her relative black fate. She had delivered of death and of sleep and the legions of nightmares. Afterward, pitch black night, who had intercourse really with no one, gave birth to bitter reproach and to suffering, painful and poignant, and the Hesperides, who tend beautiful, golden, delicious apples beyond illustrious ocean, and fruit-bearing trees, too. Also she bore the implacable punishing Furies, and three fates, Cloto, Lachesis, and Atropos, who, at the hour of their birth, gave mankind their personal rations of bad luck and good for their fortune. As for the Furies, they prosecute human transgressions, divine too. Nor do these goddesses ever relinquish their terrible anger, till they repay with maleficent scrutiny every sinner. Also deplorable Night bore Nemesis, who is the bane of mortals, and then, in succession, deception, as well as affection. Likewise lamentable old age bore she, and hard-hearted conflict. Yet was despicable conflict the mother of dolorous labor, brutish forgetfulness, hunger, and pains, that reduce one to tears, and battles and fights of all kinds, like homicide, manslaughter, and murder, quarrels and lies, hard words, altercations, disputes, even lawsuits, civil disorder and ruin, which go by their nature together, finally, oath, which of all things on earth worst punishes men when anyone perjures himself deliberately and is forsworn. Nereus, true, unforgetful, and honest, was born of the sea, the eldest of all his children, so sometimes they call him the old man, for he is truthful and gentle and never forgetful of justice. Seeing that all of his knowledge tends toward kindness and healing, magical Talmas, and arrogant Phorcys, again he engendered after he coupled with earth, in addition to pretty cheeked Keto, handsome Eurybia, with an immovable heart in her bosom. These are the loveliest goddesses ever conceived in the fallow sea, and begotten by Nereus, mingled in passion with well-kempt Doris, the daughter of Ocean, that perfectly circular river, Ploto, Eucronte, and Sao, together with great Amphitrite, kindly Eudora, and Thetis, Galena, and Glauce, the grey-eyed, and Chimotoe, and Spio, and Toe, and Halia, lovely-faced Pasithea, Erato, and Eunike, whose arms are outstandingly rosy, charming Melite, and fair Eulimine, and gracious Agave, and Dato, and Prato, and pleasing Feruza, and swift Dynamena, Nisaea also,
Actaea and Protomedea and Doris, and Ponopeia and gorgeously formed Galatea, and rosy-armed Hipponoe, and sexy and sweet Hippotoe, as well as slick Chimadoke, who smooths out the billows and blasts of the godly winds on the fog-covered face of the deep, with Chimotolege's help, and help of neat-ankled divine Amphitrite, Chimo, and also Ione, and beautifully wreathed Alamede, plus Glauconome, whose pleasure is laughter, and Pontoporea, and Leagora, Euagora, Leomedea, and fair Polynoe, Lysianassa, Euarne, lovely to look at and wholesome naturally, Samathe, as well with her perfect complexion, heavenly Menepe, Nesso, Eupompe, Themisto, Pronoe, lastly, Nemertes, whose intellect equals her deathless papas. These are the daughters of Nereus, knowledgeable in all good works. Taumas was wed to Electra, a daughter of deep-rolling ocean, who was the mother of swift-footed Iris, as well as the hairy Harpies, Iello, and swift Occipides, whose quick-moving wings kept up with the blast of the winds and the birds, flying quickly as time flies. Ceto delivered to Phorcys the Graii, with beautiful faces, who had been gray-haired since birth, so that both the immortals and mortal men who inhabit the whole earth call them old women or Graii. Violet-garbed Pamphido, Io, whose garment is saffron, also the Gorgons, who dwell far beyond the illustrious ocean, out on the borders of night with the shrill-voiced daughters of evening, these being Stheno, Euryale, and gruesome Medusa, who suffered grievously. She was the one who was mortal, the others immortal. But with Medusa alone, black-haired Poseidon would lie in deep and luxuriant meadows, amid all the flowers of springtime. Later, when Perseus cut off her head, there sprang from her blood great Chrysaor, also the winged horse Pegasus, namely, the spring-sprung, seeing he sprang from the springs that surrounded the headwaters of ocean. Chrysaor, also gold sword, was so called from his grasping a golden sword. Winged Pegasus, flying away, left behind him the earth, the mother of flocks, and approached the immortals and dwells in the halls of Zeus, where he brings that dispenser of counsel his thunder and lightning. Meanwhile, Chrysaor, having seduced Callirrhoe, the daughter of far-famed Ocean, begot fell Geryon, who had 3 heads on his shoulders, whom over-muscular Heracles killed on the isle Erythea. The same day that he drove off his broad-browed, rambling cattle, even to blessed Tyrans, traversing the fords of the ocean after he murdered the herdsman Eurytion, after his kinsman Ortus, who lived in a dim homestead beyond glorious ocean. Ceto gave birth to another impossible monster, resembling neither in any respect mere mortals or godly immortals, deep in a cavernous hole in the earth, strong-minded Echidna. Half of her looked like a nymph, bright, glancing, and fair of complexion. Half of her looked like a monstrous serpent, tremendous in dread, with spots on her skin, who devoured raw flesh in the bowels of blessed earth. There was her cave, underneath an immovable, hollowed-out boulder, far from the regions of men who are mortal and gods who are deathless. There, the Olympius gave her a glorious dwelling to live in, under the soil of Arima, and watchfulness, gruesome Echidna, deathless and ageless, that nymph lives all the days of her lifetime, and with that bright-eyed maiden they're coupled in sexual union, so it is said, overbearing and lawless and terrible Typhon. Pregnant, Echidna gave birth to the following murderous children. Ortus was first to be born, fell Geryon's bloodthirsty hound dog. Second, she bore an indomitable and unspeakable monster, Cerberus, eater of raw flesh, Hades' centaurian watchdog. Cerberus had 50 heads, and was insolent, reckless, and mighty. Third, she gave birth to the Hydra of Lerna, with grisly ideas, nurtured by white-armed Hera's implacable hatred for strong-armed Heracles, heir of Amphitryon, by blow of Zeus, who destroyed the beast with his pitiless bronze sword, helped by Iolus and wily warlike Athena. The Hydra gave birth to Chimera, a great and terrible creature, exhaling unquenchable fire, fleet-footed strong, who possessed 3 heads, of which one was a hideous lion's, one was a goat's, and the third was a serpent's, a dangerous dragon, lion in front, at the tail end a snake, and a goat in the middle, breathing a blast of incandescent and blazing of withering fire. Noble Bellerophon slew the Chimera with Pegasus's aid. But then the Hydra, submitting to Ortus, gave birth to the deadly Sphinx, the destruction of Thebes, and the lion that wasted Nemea, whom most respectable Hera, the consort of Zeus, educated for devastating the foothills of Mount Nemea, a pest for men, as it preyed on the tribes of mankind who inhabited that land, lording it over Apesa and Tretus and hilly Nemea. Nevertheless, the superior strength of great Heracles whipped it. Finally, Keto, united in sexual congress with Phorcys, brought forth a terrible serpent, which down in the hollows of dark earth on its titanic perimeter watches the solid gold apples. This is the fabulous progeny born to Keto and Phorcys. Tethys gave birth to the following turbulent rivers by ocean, namely the Nile and the Alpheus, also the deep Eridanus, Strymon, Menander, as well as the beautiful streams of the Danube, Phasis and Rhesus and swift Achelous, with its silvery current, Nessus and Rhodion, deep Haliacmon, and swift Heptoporos, Granicus, even Aesopus, and equally holy Simois, Peneus, Hermus and mighty Sugarus, smooth flowing Caicus, Ladon, Parthenius, placid Ardescus, and sacred Scamander. Tethys gave birth to as well a divine generation of daughters, who on the earth, with his lordship Apollo as well as his rivers, raise up the children of men, a vocation that Zeus has appointed. Peto, Admete, Ianthe, Electra, and Doris, and Premno, heavenly-looking Urania, Hippo, and Clymene also, Rhodia, Calaroe, Zuxo, Clytie, Idia, and Pasitoe, Plexaura, Galaxara, and winsome Dione, plus Melibossus and Toe, and sweet to behold Polydora, Circeus, naturally lovable Pluto, and cow-eyed Perseus, Yanira, Acaste, and Xanthe, Petrea, and lovely Menesto, also Europa and Metis, as well as Eurynome, and her yellow tunic, Telesto, Chrysias, and Asia, delightful Calypso, also Eudora and Tyche, Amphitro, and foremost of all, Styx. These are the senior maidens born to the ocean in Tethys, and there are plenty of other trim-ankled and comely daughters of ocean, who, scattered about everywhere together, service the earth and the deeps of the waters, a glorious goddess's children, and such are the other abrupt, loud, babbling rivers, all of whose names it is hard for a man who is mortal to tell, but those who inhabit the country surrounding them know them, and to tell. Taea, seduced by Hyperion, bore the magnificent sun and radiant moon, also Eos, who appears to all dwellers on earth and to the immortals, the gods who inhabit the spaces of heaven. Lying in conjugal union with Creo's superb Eurybia, bore to him mighty Astraeus, and also magnificent Pallas. Perses as well, a preeminent sage as compared to all others. Eos conceived by Astraeus the strong-willed winds, when the goddess lay in delight with the god. These were Zephyr, the scouring west wind, Boreas, rushing and fleet-footed north wind, and Notus, the south wind. Afterward, early-born Eos gave birth to the stars that induct the dawn, and the rest of the glittering stars, such as garland the heavens. Styx, eldest daughter of Ocean, from sexual union with Pallas, bore to him Emulus zealous, and trim-ankled victorious Nike. There in their halls also Kratos and Bios, or strength and innate force, glorious children, whose home was not anywhere other than Zeus's, having no place and no way save where the divinity led them. But they are dwelling forever at Zeus, the deep thunderer's side, as Styx, their unwithering mother, the daughter of Ocean, decided on the same day the Olympian star-bright hurler of Olympus Star-bright hurler of lightning, summoned together the holy immortals of mighty Olympus, saying if one of the gods were to battle the Titans beside him, he would not cast him aside from his rights, but that everyone should keep all of his previous honors and offices with the immortals. Further, he said that whoever had gone without honor or office under old Kronos would come into honors and offices justly. Styx, the undying, was first of the gods in approaching Olympus, bringing her children, advised by her wise and affectionate father. Zeus, in his gratitude, honored her, giving her excellent presents, making her function to serve as the solemn oath of the great gods, making her children for all of their days co-inhabitants with him. Such, and in so many words, was his promise, which he implemented thoroughly. Great is the power he wields, and his kingship is mighty. Phoebe anon entered into the comfortable bed of Quaeus, where she conceived the result of the love of a god for a goddess. Then she gave birth to subfusk-robed Leto, eternally pleasant, kind to all men that are mortal, and gods who, of course, are immortal. Pleasantest from the beginning, agreeably mild on Olympus. Next, she gave birth to Asteria, well-named goddess whom Perseus took home once to his marvelous house to be known as his dear wife. She, being pregnant, gave birth unto Hecate Hellcat, whom highest Zeus, son of Kronos, esteemed, and he gave her splendiferous presents, namely a part of the earth and her share in the fallow seabed. She has an honorable place also in star-spangled heaven, and she is glorified most of all by the gods, who are deathless. So nowadays, when one of the earth-dwelling brethren performs the beautiful rites in accordance with custom and prays to the gods, he calls upon Hecate. Full and abundant the honor that follows easily him whose prayers the considerate goddess receives well, for as such were born of the earth and the sky god, she also garnered respect, and of all, she possesses the lot that is her due. Zeus, son of Kronos, in nothing abused her, and took nothing from her, that was in gift to the titanic gods who came earlier. Rather, she holds, as at first the initial division decided, and wields her ancient rights on the earth, on the sea, and in heaven. But yet, much more Zeus still presents her in kindness. Sitting by reverend kings enthroned, she assists them in judgment. To him whom she wants to, she mightily gives good things in abundance. So, in the form of folk, she advances the man whom she favors, and when for mortal combat men buckle their cuirasses on, lo, there is Hecate also, and unto such men as she wishes, easily offers victory, loading her servants with honor. Fair is she likewise, when men contend in their beautiful contests, for in that instance as well, she is present to honor and profit, one who by strength and by prowess prevails in athletics and will, with ease, win first prize, and elatedly bring it back home to his parents. Nobly she stands by the horsemen she favors, and as for the sailors, men who work hard on the gray, uncomfortable sea, whenever they pray unto her and the discordant, earth-moving sea lord, readily Hecate sends a great haul for their nets, but, should that be her pleasure, readily takes it away when she wishes, as soon as they've seen it. Also, she helps in the barn beside Hermes in feeding the livestock, herding the cattle. She droves congregations of wandering goats and flocks of shambling sheep. If she wishes, she may increase them, or may diminish their number, making a few out of many. Although Hecate is the unique child born of her mother, thereafter she will be honored among all the divine immortals. Zeus, son of Kronos, appointed her nanny of all mortal children, who with their own eyes thenceforth behold the light of observant dawn. She was from the beginning the nurse of these children, and therefore such were her honors. But Rhea, submitting to Kronos, bore splendid offspring. Hestia, also Demeter and Hera, whose sandals are golden. Powerful, strong-armed Hades, who under the earth makes his dwelling. Pitiless his disposition, and smashing and seismic Poseidon, as well as Zeus, the far planner, father of gods and of humans, under the force of whose thunder the wide earth shivers in terror. These every one great Kronos gobbled down, whole, as they issued each from the womb of their sacred mother to sit on her lap. For thus he intended that no one else of the children of heaven should wield regal authority ever among the immortals. For he had learned from earth and from star-spangled heaven that he was doomed to be overcome by his very own son, namely Zeus. Strong as he was through the wiles of the same, though as yet unconceived God, on this account he mounted no purplined vigil, but watching out, he devoured his offspring. Terrible grief possessed Rhea when she was going to bear Zeus, father of men and immortals. Then she employed her own dear parent, star-strewn heaven and earth, to help her come up with some plan, how she might in secret give birth to her dear son, and how devious Cronos might pay retribution for what he'd done to his father and for ingesting his children. Thoroughly, they'd understood and obeyed their favorite daughter. They foretold to her everything that was fated to happen. Soon to his majesty Cronos, as well as his his strong-minded son, they sent Rhea to Lyctos in the fertile country of Crete. When she was ready, she gave birth to the last of her children, great Zeus, and her earth mother took him from Rhea and broad Crete to nourish the child, and as maternal grandmother rear him. Hastily earth transported the newborn child through the dark night, first into Lyctos, where taking the babe in her arms, she concealed him deep in a high-roofed cave, in the sacred earth in the hidden hollows, beneath the luxuriant forest that clothed Mount Aegeum. But to the earlier lord of the gods, the scion of heaven, earth proffered a great big rock that was wrapped up in swaddling bands, and he grabbed it and shoved it all the way down in his belly. Nor did he guess in his heart that his son, unhurt and unvanquished, had been replaced by that stone, and by force and the strength of his hands would soon overcome him, and take all his honors, and rule the immortals. Swiftly thereafter the strength and the glorious limbs of the new and future king were augmented and grew. As the years in their passage rolled on, great Cronos, whose counsels are crooked, misled by Gaia's subtle persuasion, vomited up his own offspring. First, he brought up the stone, which was the last thing he had swallowed. Zeus erected that stone in the midst of the wide-traveled earth at Pytho, the great, good place, underneath the glens of Parnassus, set as a sign thereafter, a marvel to men who are mortal. Then he unloosened from their grievous bonds all Cronos' brothers, heaven's descendants, whom Cronos' father had thoughtlessly put down, and they remembered their nephew in gratitude for all his kind deeds, and in their gratitude gave him the thunder and dazzling lightning bolts which prodigious earth had concealed in her innermost parts. So, thrusting in these dread weapons, he rules both immortals and mortals. Thereafter, Iapetus married Clymene, beautiful daughter of Ocean, her of the shapely ankles, and led her up their bedroom. Clymene bore to her husband a stout-hearted son named Atlas. Also she bore him Monoetius, highly respected, as well as clever, sharp-witted Prometheus and Epimetheus, foolish from the beginning, pernicious, and evil to bread-eating mortals. He was the first to receive from Zeus the maiden Pandora, whom he had fashioned. Outrageous Monoetius, far-sighted Zeus sent down to Erebus, striking him low with an incandescent thunderbolt, his unreason and underwhelming presumption. Atlas upholds the broad heavens by force of necessity at the ends of the earth, where he stands tall near Hesperides, who sing purely, supporting the sky on his head and his muscular shoulders. Such was the destiny that wide Zeus decided for Atlas. He bound devious, wily Prometheus tightly in chains, too tough to escape from, terrible bonds, and he skewered his middle. Furthermore, on him he set a long pinioned eagle to eat his immortal liver, which grew overnight just as much as that bird with tapering wings had eaten during the whole day preceding. This big bird, the courageous son of tapering ankled Alcmene, Heracles killed, thus freeing Iapetus' son from that evil pest. On the spot, he released him from all his discomfort and torment, with the connivance of paramount Zeus, king of Olympus, so the renown and repute of Heracles, who was a Theban born, might increase even more over the generous earth. Taking account of all this, Zeus honored his glorious son, and though he was angry indeed, he abated his previous anger because Prometheus flaunted the counsels of Almighty Zeus. Men had distinguished themselves from the gods at Mycenae, first, when foresightful Prometheus brashly dissected a big ox, dishing up servings to each, and seeking to bamboozle smart Zeus. Slyly in front of the others he set flesh, also the innards rich with the juiciest fat near the hide. This is probably, this is like only halfway over, and I'm done. I have established that whoever the fuck that was doesn't know his Theogony. The Titans are a family of gods. The gods and the Titans are not a distinct class of being. And nowhere through there does Zeus or any of them have a claim of material reality. Jesus and those stories are fundamentally different. Anyone who makes a reductive atheist argument that Jesus and Zeus are the same thing and have the same amount of evidence is wrong. They're actually making an ignorant Christian argument. They're assuming that the ignorant Christian position that Jesus is Zeus is legitimate. They're assuming that argument is legitimate, which is terrible, terrible epistemology, to say the least. As I have said and will say again, building your argument from assumptions is always wrong. Always. Because those people that you're assuming are right are fallible, and there's a non-zero chance they were wrong and you didn't know how to evaluate the information. Just repeating what you hear your pastor say on Sunday is not a valid source of information. It just isn't. Every single Christian will come to the realization point and the grapple moment wherein the conflicts in the text and among the individual people claiming to be Christians drive them into what is known as a dark night of the soul, where whatever personal relationship they thought they had with the Godhead is so undermined by the community of people to also be claiming to have it that they no longer know whether they believe. Every Christian will have it because every Christian must have it in order to be a Christian actually. You have to die, you have to rise. Every single one of the words in the books is a mindfuck designed to keep you alive. Every single one of them. Jesus' message was to die to the world and rise again, a higher order form of being. not to tell me that he loved me. He didn't know me. And if Jesus came across me, what he wouldn't do is speak platitudes to me and be wrong. He wouldn't have been wrong. And so if you're going to call yourself a follower of the Christ and you're going to identify ideologically and nationalistically as a Christian, that means that you are someone who identifies as a Christ consciousness. You identify as someone who is anointed and better acted. Imagine that you're Heath Ledger, and the role that you've been given by God is to play a Christian. Probably eggs. I was reading from Hesiod's Theogony earlier, Diamond. Hello, K-Rib. How are you doing? The idiot who played the Joker in that bad movie. Pretend you're a stupid person. And instead of playing the role of a dangerous psychopath, you're playing the role of Jesus. Why do those two things conflict, Diamond? Depending on your definition of indoors, I am between two doors right now. I started the stream at 10 p.m. last night. Don't get too excited, Kate Rib. The stream's 12 hours long. This particular video is 12 hours long. And yes, I was reading the Theogony right there, Diamond. Don't call me Maurice, Luke. What are you wowing, Leslie? I slept in the middle of that. I slept for 8 hours. Yeah, I'm still in Ohio. I move around no times. I started at 10 p.m. last night. I came home to the tent and it was raining. And so I wanted to share the rain. And I don't like to leave when I have more than 4 people on the stream. And there were 15 people, so I went to sleep. And then every time I woke up, there were 15 or more people there, so I just stayed asleep. No need to feel stupid, Les. You wouldn't have found it. If you'd gone looking, you wouldn't have found it. You'd have been like, what the hell? But if you scroll that bar back, it's 12 hours. Just this, Diamond. SSVD. And then by this time tomorrow, I'll be in Florida. No specific plans yet. It's empty. Do you want it? It might. I don't know. Okay. It's only been 11:17 is what my timer says. I'm moving to be with my Diamond. If it does, we'll just go live again. I'm not really trying to collect likes or anything. Hi, Jake. I just haven't turned it off. Heard that, Eggs. Go get you some rest. Big change, Diamond, for sure. I'm going to be hassled by Cubans more often, for sure. I'm not going to be able to wear as many hoodies. But I'm also not going to wake up cold and annoyed that it's fucking still cold. Maybe not even then, Poke. Yeah, I'm moving to Florida tonight, Analog. Rachel's probably asleep. She probably fell asleep listening to me read. To Florida? No. I have a feeling that we're going to end up watching the Buccaneers a few times, though. I don't have family there, no, unless you count Rachie as family. I have a fiance down there. Every day's an adventure, Kate. Kateri, sorry. If it's Kateri, you probably prefer Cat, right? Thank you, Les. When I said why what, Diamond? I've only called her Cat. And Poke's like, I fucking hope so. I'm not likely to do it very often, Kateri. I think I'll like it too. We can be together. Not again, for the first time, Diamond. I'm already wasted, Leon. What are you talking about? And thank you for the heads up, Eggs. Or Poke, whichever one of you. I think it was Eggs. But whichever of you gave me the heads up. We've been together on and off for about 6 months, maybe 9 months, Diamond. I'm not sure. Literally wake and bake. The first thing I did was wake up, take a piss, sit down, and hit my vape. I'm not even sure I said good morning to you guys yet. I think what I did is said, God damn, you guys are fucking crazy. Rolled over and took a piss and then said my good mornings. Typically, we use the present tense, has had. Oh, the 12-hour thing. You give me the heads up about the 12-hour thing. What makes me content, Jonathan? My tent makes me content. This blanket makes me content. Hello, Faraz. How are you doing today, buddy? Doing all right, buddy. Just don't use it for us. What am I doing right now, John? Thank you for us. I should have been doing that the whole time. Whatever. Moving on. Someone thinks I am very funny. The first thing I got to do as a channel, first thing I got to do as a business owner and as a channel is I got to pay off all this Cash App debt that I've accrued over the last 16 months, which isn't much. I think I'm at 250 right now, maybe 300. I game. I don't identify as a gamer, Jonathan. And then once I've paid that off, which will be on the 21st, I should be able to get that done with my next YouTube payout. Once that's done, my next goal is I gotta get Rach a computer, whether it's a laptop or a desktop. We gotta get Rach a computer that's powerful enough to edit because she really likes doing it. So if she likes doing it, I gotta get her hardware because the phone is fine, but the phone is we're only gonna be getting 1 minute edits that way. So we need a better computer. Probably I can set her up on my laptop. No big deal, whatever. But mine's not good enough yet. I'm not going to be able to improve mine without getting another one. Not particularly, Leslie. If you say so, Ebeganator. Thank you for sharing, Tyler. I don't send large files, Jonathan. Yeah, Poke. It's good enough for now. It's been good enough for while I was homeless, but once I'm no longer homeless, I have to improve my output. If you say so, Holocene. Just have to take your word for it. I haven't listened to this song in a really long time. Good morning, Cheese. Times before. Philaletheia means lover of truth. I had a couple pieces of pizza, Christopher. She's just been using her phone and InShot. Yeah, long drive. She's crazy. When you have lost all direction, then they have done come to life. Wish I could share this with you guys, but music is just an easy way to get your video deleted. Good morning, Sam. How are you? Would be a good day. Buried to the art of 10,000 days. When you have lost all direction, and the silence speak the loudest words. When you have lost all direction. Let the undone come to life. The love and the grave, the holy undivided. This is a proud little sound. My pain is manageable today, son. Thank you for asking. I don't love that you're sore. Thank you for asking. Murphy's Law? Yeah, for sure. Yes, I will continue to be Shaggy Philaliteo when I'm in Florida. Soul covers! 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 Here, I'm going to need you to give me just a second. Okay, thank you for your patience. Yeah, it rained all night here too, Les. Oh. I believe in Rachel. I believe that she will either get us there safely or she will kill us both in the process. I believe there will be no in between. cold out there. Give me a second. Taining my body heat a little bit. Whew. He says, whew, doing just fine, Zach. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. You just asked me where I'm at, and then you said you've been here. Which is it, Aaron? Yeah, it's kind of amazing how people will come around just to argue with you, and then when you demonstrate that you have a significantly deeper understanding and just much better access to the source text than what they do, they leave. The reason they leave is because they now owe me money. That's precious, Sam. I love that. But my eyes resting upon the nearing dark, the day and then the shed. I have slept. I love that for you. I don't know the song. Maybe I am, Mark. What are you bringing to the party that's going to make me less? What are you bringing to my life? The mountain ridge. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, I had a couple slices of pizza left from yesterday, Les. Hello, Nathan. Are you a stupid person, Mark? Well, we're back in it, Sam. Well, neither did I. Mark, just leave him alone. Moderate impatience, Mark. I'm learning a new song. I haven't learned the old one yet, but I'm annoyed with the old one and it opens on the vocal line. Never I understand, every life must end. Never stay alone, I know someday we must go. I'm a lucky man to count on both hands the one I love. Some takes is one, yeah, others they got none. Stay with me, oh, let's just breathe. That's just like your sins, ever they're gonna let me win. Other everything, just another human man. Yeah, I don't wanna hurt. There's so much in this world to make me bleed. Stay with me, oh, let's see. Did I say that I need you? Did I say that I want you? Oh, if I did, then I'm a fool, you see. No one knows this more than me. But I come clean, I wonder if I dare was under upon your face. Everything I do, and nothing you would take. Nothing you would take, everything you give. Did I say that I need you? Did I say that I want you? Oh, if I did, then I'm a fool, you see. No one knows this more than me. But I come clean. Okay, Les. I don't love that when people behave that way, Leslie. I'm sorry they treat you that way. Nothing you would take, everything you'd give till I die, then near the other side. Oh, I seem to recognize your brace. Haunting, familiar yet I can't seem to place it. Cannot find a candle of thought to light your name. Lifetimes of catching up with me. Are these changes taking place? I wish I'd seen the place, but no one's ever taken me. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. I swear I recognize your breath. Memories like fingerprints are slowly raising me. Oh, he changed the words there. My farmer is hard when you're stuck upon the shelf. I changed by not changing at all. Small town predicts my fate. Perhaps that's what no one wants to see. But I just wanna scream, hello! My God, it's been so long, never dreamed you'd return. But now here you are, and here I am. Hearts and thoughts say fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade. Drink up, baby, stay up all night with the things you can do. You won't, but you might. The potential you'll be, but you'll never see the promises you'll only make. Drink up with me now and forget all about the pressure of tears. Do what I say and I'll make you okay. Drive them away, the images stuck in your head. The people you've been before that you don't want around anymore. They'll push and shove and won't bend to your will. I'll keep them still. Drink up, baby, still got the stars. I kiss you again between the bars where I'm seeing you there with your hands in the air, waiting to finally be gone. Drink up one more time and I'll make you mine. Keep you apart, deep in my heart, separate from the rest, where I love you the best.
Keep the things you forgot. The people you've been before that you don't want around anymore. They'll push and shove and won't bend to your will. I'll keep them still. Like Pikachu? Chikachu? That's what I'm gonna tell Rachel first time I smack that ass. Pachow! I'm gonna put my balls in it. So glad to see you well. Overcome and completely silent now with heaven's help. Don't even worry about it, Sarah, but thank you. You kept your demons out. But not to pull your halo down around your neck and tug you off your cloud. I don't know the words. I haven't listened to this very many times. So forgive me if I make mistakes. I'm gonna. But more than just a little curious how you're planning to go about making your amends to the dirt. To the dirt. I always do too, Sarah. Recall the deeds as if they're all someone else's atrocious story.